is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
In his first game back since the unexpected death of his father, it was a moment that Michael Lorenzen and his teammates will never forget. Lorenzen clubbed a 3-run home run and helping the Reds to a victory over the Dodgers, their 4th in a row overall. So now we turn the page and a good crowd gathers. First burst of sunshine since early this afternoon. And it's game 2 in a 4-game series with the Los Angeles Dodgers in town. And hi again, everybody, alongside Chris Welsh and Jim Day. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Reds have won 4 in a row. They're 8 over 500 over the last month and a couple of days. And a big reason why, the first baseman, Joey Votto. He has been on one incredible run going back to the beginning of June.
Well, you know, the turnaround for Joey Votto this year is like night and day, and it is bright daytime right now for Joey Votto. Seeing the ball as big as a balloon coming in there. It's a 3-run home run early in the ball game to give Tim Adelman a lead, and then that wasn't the end of it for Joey Votto. He picks up an RBI and a bases-loaded walk right here. 700th career RBI for Joey Votto, and the Reds were on their way.
In his career against the Dodgers, major league damage. It's a shame they only play each other 6 times a year.
I mean, you can probably repeat this same statistic for a whole bunch of teams out there, because when you have accomplished the kind of things that Votto has done in his career, here are some teams that are paying a big price, the Dodgers being one of them.
All right, let's take a look now at tonight's game. The last time and the only other time Brandon Finnegan saw the Dodgers, he was paired up against Clayton Kershaw. He gave up 1 run and got beat.
Well, all eyes were on Kershaw in that ball game. In fact, Brandon Finnegan took a no-hitter into the 7th inning that game. But after all, he had a great game of it. The Reds ended up losing that ball game 2-1. But 8 innings of 1-run baseball against the Dodgers, he had it all working. The slider was very sharp that night. Getting ahead with some fastballs was very important to Finnegan, and we're hoping that he's going to be able to do that again tonight. 7-9 overall. You can see the 24 starts. That's atop the leaderboard on this ball club. But the one problem that has been plaguing Brandon Finnegan is that control, and it all comes back down to first pitch strikes. If he can do anything different tonight than he's done in the past, get that first pitch in there, and it'll make it a lot easier on himself.
It's only the 2nd game since coming back after back surgery for Brett Anderson.
What a rude awakening he had in his first game. He went 1 inning, gave up 5 runs against the Pirates his last time out, and it was a nightmarish kind of a return. They expect a lot better outing out of Anderson. He's done well against the Reds in his career. He's a guy that's not going to be overpowering. A lot of sinkers down in the zone. A matchup of a couple of left-handers here at Great American Ballpark tonight.
When we come back, we'll check in downstairs with Jim Day. Billy Hamilton getting on base more. That means he's running and scoring more. Jimbo standing by with that and more when we return.
Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good, it's Skyline time.
Hey guys, another humid day at Great American Ballpark. That hasn't changed any. So all this humidity, it's sparking off all these scattered showers and thunderstorms. We're going to have to watch radar closely during the game. Some of these storms could contain some very heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning, and even some gusty wind. Either way, temperatures falling through the 70s. Much nicer weather on the way for tomorrow. Enjoy the game right here on Fox Sports Ohio.
Billy Hamilton came to the big leagues highly touted, and a lot of people, well, they're running out of patience. Could Billy get to the point where they thought he could get to? Well, after the All-Star break, small sample size, I know, as far as you look at a whole career, but exactly what the Reds are looking for. So IGS bringing the energy. Numbers before and after the All-Star break. The on-base percentage over 100 points higher. But the one that stands out for me, look at the walks. They're even, 15 apiece, but 74 at-bats before the All-Star break, or 74 games, I should say, before the All-Star break, and just 31 games after the break, 15 walks. When he walks more, look out. That season on-base percentage, 381 when he's leading off, and he'll indeed lead off tonight. Reds going after their second straight victory over the Dodgers. Tom and Chris are next.
Out of Fort Worth, Brandon Finnegan set to make his team high 25th start of the year. And here's a starting lineup under skipper Dave Roberts. Game 2 of the 4-game series. Kendrick in left field. Hernandez at second base in the red hot. Adrian Gonzalez, a 12-game hitting streak at first. Turner having a big year down at third. Second in the starting right, and Jock Peterson in center. A.J. Ellis catching. Chris Taylor starts for Seager at short. And Brett Anderson is on the mound. Reds trying to make it 5 straight wins, and Finnegan would settle for the same numbers he had his first time out against L.A.
Well, you mentioned that it's an unusual lineup for the Dodgers, and it is, because against left-handers they've struggled. They're right at the 500 mark, 14 up and 14 down when the opposition starts a left-handed pitcher. And for a contending team, at least right now, contending in that National League West, that's not a number that they're happy with. So you're going to see some different names in there tonight. Finnegan, however, is going to see the Dodgers that he really blew away when he pitched against them back earlier in the year in Dodger Stadium.
And that's when they had a healthy Clayton Kershaw, the best pitcher in the game. There's strike one to Kendrick, longtime Angel. And this one underway. It's 76 degrees here in Cincinnati. Humidity beginning to drop, and expecting a beautiful remainder of this homestand weather-wise. Starting tomorrow, the highs tomorrow are in the high 70s, and bright sunshine expected right through the finale of this extended homestand. 10 games overall as Texas comes to town for 2 beginning on Tuesday night, after 2 more following tonight against these Dodgers. In the air, short right over near the line. The one-time Dodgers. Schebler, 1 away. Look at the Reds on defense, presented by Ford. You may have missed the news earlier today. Jose Peraza brought up from the minor leagues. Kiva Sampson sent down, so Peraza starts in place again of the ailing Cozart. They do get Duvall back in left field tonight.
Duvall is a big move because obviously he's missed the last few games, and the Reds miss his right-handed thump. Peraza, the difference between his trip now is that he will get some playing time. Last time he was up, he really sat the bench and watched, and there was no room for him. Cozart was healthy. Brandon Phillips was playing every day. There was no room in the outfield. So with Cozart somewhat on the shelf with some leg issues, they're going to put Peraza in there and get a chance to play every day.
And there's no telling how much time Cozart is going to miss, as it's quickly 1 ball and 1 strike to Enrique. They call him Kiki Hernandez. But Cozart's been bothered with an Achilles tendon, little bit of soreness in the knee and the same leg, so we'll see. '81st game for Hernandez, and only a 196 batter with 6 home runs and 14 runs batted in. Gets a nod tonight at second in place of Chase Utley. You know, the graphic you referred to a moment ago, walks, 68 of them for Brandon Finnegan. And we talk frequently about Johnny Cueto going back to his first year and how he improved on, you know, the categories that he really needed improvement in. And certainly the 2 areas, you look at Finnegan, the 68 walks, and he's given up 26 home runs. If you can cut those down significantly next year, well, you might have something pretty doggone good, because he's not easy to hit.
Well, you're right, and it's a great parallel that you mentioned Johnny Cueto early in his career, because the same thing happened to Cueto. If you remember clearly how Cueto went about his business when he first came up, it's very much like a lot of young pitchers do. It is full out. I mean, pedal to the metal. You don't think, if you think that you're going to back off a little bit, you're afraid the big league hitters are going to take advantage of you. So all you do is go 100% on every pitch, and that's really where Brandon Finnegan has been this year. A couple of starts, he's been able to dial it down just a little bit, trade in a little bit of velocity for control, and that would be a good trade-off if you can figure out a way to do that, because he's got great off-speed stuff. His changeup is good, his slider is very good, and the action on his fastball is excellent. But you've got to be able to place it in a spot where the hitter's going to get himself out.
And right there, that at bat is a perfect example of what you're talking about. I mean, this is a guy hitting under 200, and you're walking him in the first inning.
And you're walking him on a breaking ball. You've got to have a pitcher you can throw for a strike 8 out of 10 times when you need a strike.
So now you face back-to-back hitters that are just white hot in Adrian Gonzalez and Justin Turner. Gonzalez, a 12-game hitting streak, loves hitting in this ballpark as much as anybody that's ever played here. In 29 career games in Cincinnati in this yard, Gonzalez a .322 batter, 9 home runs, 13 doubles, 23 batted in. The batting average second among all active players, only to David Wright of the Mets, and his slugging percentage of up over .660, and his OPS first among all active players that come in here as a member of the visiting team. And there you see the numbers to back it up.
Well, with all that said, what I've noticed here the last couple of years with Adrian Gonzalez is just not quite the snap in his bat that he used to be. I mean, you know, the trials of age and time on a baseball field are going to take their toll, and they're beginning to do so. And for Gonzalez, it might be as much as nicks and bruises from playing every day as it is at age.
Because he does play every day.
Yes, he does. You're going to see him go to left field more. He did last night as he hit a ball off the wall, I think, in the first inning. Or in the second inning, he hit a double.
Over by the Dodger third base side dugout and out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gonzalez did not become an everyday big league player until 2006. He got a little bit of time with Texas, the club he originally broke in with in 04 and 05, but starting in 06 went to San Diego, and he has been a power machine ever since. Over 300 home runs, over 1,100 career runs batted in. And he's still just 33 years old. Broken bat roller. That's a fair ball. Joey's going to get the out at second, and here's a return. And the Reds just fractionally missed turning a double play.
Boy, very aggressive defensive play by Joey Votto, and it nearly pays off into a double play. It pays off anyway because you get the lead runner from getting into scoring position. Votto comes right after this ball. This is a major saw job by Finnegan on Gonzalez. And there's no hesitation at all on the part of Votto. He knows what he's going to do with the ball. And we take a look at the back end of that play, and there'll be no review. Or we just had our review, and you had it at home and made the decision for us.
Well, here's a guy much like Votto and roughly over the same time frame who has just been extraordinary at the plate, and that is Justin Turner. Talking about a guy that waited a while to become an everyday player, and then once he gets a chance, he's made the most of it. That would be Justin Turner. You go back to June the 10th. He leads the National League in home runs, RBIs, and slugging percentage. He has hit 19 home runs and knocked in over 50 runs just since the second week of June.
Well, you're right. I mean, it started really for him at the end of May. May 22nd, probably the turning point. Up until that time, he had 3 home runs. Since then, he's at 20.
Suarez, strong arm, and is able to take care of Turner. A walk, a man left. The Reds are coming up in the bottom of the first inning. Lineup tonight. Billy Hamilton. Boy, what a difference he has made atop this Reds batting order. Peraza in the 2-hole, Votto at first. Duvall back in a cleanup spot. Brandon at second. Schebler at right. Suarez, Cabrera, Finnegan against the left-hander Brett Anderson, who not only came all the way back from back surgery in the 1-inning stint against the Pirates, he also injured his wrist. Had to leave a game.
And that was only after 1 inning. They expected a whole lot more out of this left-hander. The Dodgers have had a woeful time keeping people healthy. They have placed 26 different players on the disabled list this year, Anderson being one of them. This is second start back. Left-hander that's been around a little bit. 28 years old, not overpowering. When he's right, he's down in the zone and a lot of ground balls.
Boy, this is what you love to see right from the get-go. Billy thought about it. He thought about it. And Jock Peterson came racing in, knowing who had hit it.
Well, what Billy Hamilton does with his speed, he puts everybody on notice. And that way, if you're paying attention as an opposing player, you're playing a couple of steps shallower. If you're an outfielder, you're busting your butt to get the balls that you don't normally have to do so, because Billy will take that extra base and make you look bad in the process.
So now Peraza came over from the Dodgers organization. No chance. They shouldn't even throw, and they're lucky that the second baseman Hernandez made a diving stab just to knock it down. That ball was headed for center field. Nobody covered second base. 53rd stolen base for Billy Hamilton.
Well, Anderson really doesn't have a move to first base, and that's probably why he's not even going to show it off. I'm surprised that Hernandez was able to get over there. There must have been a mix-up in the coverage somehow. So already the Dodgers are showing some leaking here in the first inning.
You know, you look at Hamilton, the last 11 games, so 2 weeks worth of baseball. His batting average has been .405. In 45 plate appearances, his on-base percentage is .515 after the single there a moment ago.
I guess hanging out with Joey Votto has been a good thing.
Yes, it has been. And it's been a real good thing for this Reds team. Because it's not just coincidence. Since Hamilton went back in the lineup on that Friday night a month ago, little over a month ago, the Reds are 8 games over 500. And he's a big reason why. Now the Dodgers thinking, maybe, with Hamilton at second and nobody out, that they might ask Peraza to bunt.
Yeah, they're bringing a third baseman Turner in a little bit, but you know, obviously with most runners out there, you're thinking about hitting it to the right side to get the runner over. But Billy, he might be thinking about a stolen base right here.
He had to go back to the bag with his angle. He wasn't sure if Turner had a play on that, and Peraza slams one to the left. And they're on the corners with nobody out, and here comes Joey.
But Peraza all over that pitch, a 2-0 count. You know, one of the things that you want a guy to do is to hit the ball on the right side there, but there was such a big spot in that infield wide open with the shortstop covering the bag at second base, holding Hamilton close. And Peraza takes a look at it and rips the base hit in the left.
That was a nice swing there by Peraza, too. Compact and powerful at the same time.
Sounded great coming off the bat.
Well, it was a 3-run home run in the first inning by Joey Votto that propelled the Reds to the win last night. Slow breaking ball snaps in there. Strike one, 2 on, none out. Tell you what, you can just sit here and watch Billy Hamilton with a left-hander having his back to the runner at third base. Hamilton, he may not do it, but you know what's going through his mind. Runner takes off for second base. Little tapper, and Gonzalez can't find the handle, and everybody's safe. Again, that's a speed that Hamilton makes you make a perfect play. And Gonzalez was thinking about throwing that ball to the plate.
Well, if Gonzalez fields the ball, they've got Hamilton at the plate, no doubt. But Just awkward plays by the Dodgers here so far in the inning. In fact, I think Anderson ran into Gonzalez as he was fielding the baseball. Let's take another look and see if this angle is better. I don't think they collided at all. I think Anderson just fell down, which is, by the way, how he hurt his wrist during his last game, trying to field a little chopper in front of the mound, fell down, and they were unsure whether he was going to be able to make this start or not.
It's an infield hit and a run batted in for Votto, his 68th of the year. 2 on, none out, 1 in, and here's Duvall back in the Reds lineup. Team leader in home runs and runs batted in, 27-76.
Now, don't go to sleep with Peraza out there at second base either. He may not have Billy Hamilton burner speed, but he is above average as far as foot speed on the base paths.
High drive into deep left center field. Giving chase is Kendrick, and that ball is gone. 3-run home run.
The Dodger nightmare in the first inning in Cincinnati continues. Last night, it was Joey Votto popping a 3-run home run to center field. Tonight, on a hanging curveball, Adam Duvall, bye-bye.
Duvall, number 28. Still not an out recorded in this inning. Duvall's first game back this week, and clubs a home run.
Dave Roberts and they're thinking, well, you guys told me that this team was 25 games out of first place. They're not playing like it.
Well, and they haven't been playing like it for a long time. I mean, this is an entirely different Cincinnati Reds team. It's just been extraordinary, and it's not like it's a good 10-day stretch. It's not like it's a good 2-week stretch. It's not like it's a good 20-game stretch. This is 32 straight games now where the Reds have played at 8 games over 500. And even in the games they're getting beat, by and large, they are tightly contested, well-played games most of the time. Not every time.
Well, they're taking advantage of other teams' inferior pitching. If you're not bringing your A game out there with the top of your rotation guys, if you have them, and the Dodgers don't have them available. That's the bottom line right here. Bud Norris, first start after coming off the disabled list last night. He didn't have it. Brett Anderson getting touched up for 4 here in the first inning.
Throws out one to the backstop, lost his footing there. Of course, Bud Norris wasn't too happy about the mound last night. He had asked the grounds crew to come out before he ever threw a pitch in the first inning. Two on Scott Shevlik. Shevlin's playing every day since the Jay Bruce trade and had a hard time finding base hits. That's a good play made right there by Turner, the third baseman, for the second out of the inning.
5-3 on.
Take a look at the Dodgers on defense, presented by Ford. We mentioned that there's some changes tonight. Hernandez and Taylor, the middle infield. That's not their regular group. Rookie Seager getting a night off. A.J. Ellis been around a long time. Very highly thought of defensive catcher.
Young man is a local product from Lexington, Kentucky. Went to Dunbar High School. A.J. Ellis did it, and well, they just think the world of him there in L.A. The way he handles pitchers behind the plate. Now relegated really to part-time duty with Yasmani Grandal coming in and taking over the #1 spot.
Former Reds #1 draft pick Yasmani Grandal. For those that may not remember, he was in the Matt Latos trade along with another Reds #1 pick from Miami of Florida and Yonder Alonso. And Brad Boxberger was in that deal, former USC pitcher. I think he was a second-round pick. Suarez with a 2-out double, and that'll give Ramon Cabrera a chance to bat.
We continue to talk about how Suarez really likes the low pitch, and if you're a sinker ball pitcher, well, what do? I mean, if your bread and butter is keeping it down around the knees and you're facing a guy who excels at hitting it down around the knees, sometimes you just got to go with your strength. Suarez gets Anderson that time.
Ramon Cabrera got the start in the victory over the Florida Marlins Thursday night, and it is first home run of the season, a 3-run home run, one of his 2 hits on the night. It's his 27th start of the year. Should be the 3rd out, but a great start for the Reds here tonight. Hamilton sets the table. Duvall cleans up a 4-run opening inning with a 3-run big fly. Storyline, Chris, we were talking about the Reds and how well they played. Here are the numbers to back it up. Over their last 32, only the Cubs inside the NL Central with a better winning percentage.
The Cubs remain unconscious as far as wins and losses. I'm not sure anybody's going to stop that particular train, but the Reds, I mean, they've taken care of business inside the division. They went on a road trip where they played 3 divisional teams, Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, and St. Louis. Took care of business there. Now they're having teams come in that are in contention, like the Florida Marlins. They take 3 out of 4 from Miami. They take the first game yesterday in a game against the Dodgers, who are, well, neck and neck with the Giants out west for the National League West lead. And they got the Texas Rangers coming in on this trip.
Bob Segedin getting a start tonight out in right field. He looks at a first pitch fastball. Steve Reich one. Reds lead 4-0. Dodgers bat in the 2nd inning. 12th game for Segedin with a big league club. 8 hits, 24 at bats, and already 8 runs batted in. Earlier today, the Giants lost again, 9-5. Boy, they had won their last 2, but they have been reeling for the better part of a month. Still 14 games over to 500, and now 13 after the loss today. these Dodgers beginning to play a half game behind the Giants in the West.
Yeah, sorry, Tom. I just wanted to comment. This guy doesn't want to get cheated. He doesn't get a lot of playing time second in. Looks like he wants to make his mark. Young man that grew up in New Jersey, went to Tulane University where he played ball for the Green Wave.
It's down in New Orleans, Louisiana. Tulane, of course, they've had all that terrible flooding all over the really all over the state, or at least those areas closest to the water, especially in Baton Rouge. Our statistician Joel Luckham, his wife in fact is down there helping so many of those in need, and our thoughts and prayers to all of them and all those helping. One away in the inning. Jock Peterson, 18 home runs, 51 batted in. He's had a nice bounce back year, has Peterson. You may remember he started last season just on fire. He was in the home run hitting contest here in Cincinnati, and he was the talk of the National League, and then his season just unraveled extraordinarily so. But my oh my, it's been a different story over the second half this year, really since right around the All-Star break. A 350 batter, 5 homers, 8 doubles for Peterson, who has incredible power. Nothing in 2. They're so impressed with this young man last year, and just the way he handled himself around the All-Star game and all the festivities. I had a chance to be a part of the home run derby down there on the PA, and just a very, very impressive young man. Brandon has him around the neck here at 0-2. 2 out.
Well, I just don't see this swing computing in big league baseball consistently, at least for a batting average standpoint. It's big. He starts it early. It's long and late, especially when you ride up the ladder. And Finnegan senses that, goes right up there with a 4-seamer. I mean, when he gets his pitch, there's no question that Jock Peterson can hit it as far as anyone. When you get at this level, the type of breaking balls that are out there among starting pitchers, the control that the top level starting pitchers have, and the ability to change speeds, big swings, they're usually short-lived.
One ball, one strike on A.J. Ellis. Ellis broke in back in 2008. His 41st start this year. In the air, easy for Billy, and a 1-2-3 second for Finnegan. Reds lead 4-0. A Toyota sign during our game tonight. Lenny Blevins of Cincinnati will win that beautiful Tundra, and you can register for your chance to win. Just stop by your Cincinnati and or Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Beautiful night so far, keeping our fingers crossed that the weather will hold out tonight, because a lot of the rain and humidity we have had for an extended period of time is supposed to blow out of here and make for some beautiful weather all week beginning tomorrow on Sunday. Reds lead 4-0. Sent 8 to the plate. 4 runs, 5 hits, highlighted by the 3-run home run from Duvall against Anderson in the first. 2-0 on Finnegan. 5 out of 47 as a batter is Brandon Finnegan. Make it 6 out of 48. That ball is scalded. That is his second double of the year.
How about the Reds pitchers the last couple of nights? Of course, the dramatic home run by Michael Lorenzen, the opposite field double in last night's ball game by the starter Tim Adelman, who went up there and knocked a couple in with an opposite field double. And then Finnegan goes the other way, this time on a line shot down the left field line over the head of the left fielder.
Yeah, the 5 RBIs by Reds pitchers last night in a game. It's only the second time since RBIs became an official statistic in 1920. Hamilton going to advance a runner on to third, 1 out of the inning. Paul Derringer accounted for 5 RBIs in a win over the Cubs on August the 20th. How ironic is that? 1 year or 1 day separating the date from yesterday on the 19th. He knocked in 5 in a game against Chicago. Peraza singled and scored in the first. Dodgers are bringing their infield in, trailing 4-0. That's Finnegan's first at bat, or first hit, I should say, in his last 34 at bats. He had been 0 for his last 33. He should smile. He's still smiling. He's taking a lead and smiling, and now he's smiling as he trots into home. 5-0, and Peraza 2 out of 2.
That's a slick little bit of hitting right there by Jose Peraza. I mean, I think that he was sensing that Brett Anderson's going to pitch him away, and he does. And with Anderson, if you get that ball up, boy, that pitch is a lot easier to hit the other way. And a solid 2 for 2 is the Red shortstop tonight.
Big shift put on Votto. There goes Peraza, and a throw down to second, and he's tagged out. Oh, they caught him safe. Wow. Ball beat him, but he must have gotten a hand in there. He brought it up earlier, Chris. This guy can run.
He really can run, and what made it even easier for the Dodgers that you have a left-hander throwing first baseman in Gonzalez. The question is, did Kiki Hernandez get the tag down?
It almost looks too close to overturn it. Although manager Roberts will ask for another look. Fielded Culbreth is the second base umpire. He made that call. He is the crew chief. And Jim Reynolds, the first base umpire, comes over with it. Adrian Gonzalez made a perfect throw. He's among the very best. 4 times has won a Gold Glove down at first base. Hard to tell, Chris, which means, you know, is it too hard to tell to overturn it?
I don't know. I mean, if those are the only 2 angles they have, I can't see them overturning it. I believe that it was Field and Culberth's same crew that was in St. Louis that it seemed like when the Reds and the Cardinals got together in that series when the Reds were in St. Louis, it seemed like every other inning.
It's called out.
There was a review, and this time it goes against the Reds.
So Dave Roberts, he knows a thing or two about guys stealing bases and were they safe or were they out.
Or does he ever?
He is known forever in Boston Red Sox lore. The single biggest stolen base in the history of that franchise, and that's a franchise that's not really known much for the stolen base.
That was that very compelling matchup back in 2004, Yankees Red Sox.
Yep. In fact, he was traded by the Dodgers to the Red Sox at the deadline that year, and they were down 3-0. Boston was. Roberts came in to pinch run.
He had not played 10 days, Roberts.
Right. Famously stole second base off Mariano Rivera in the 9th inning. Steele put him in position to score the tying run later, and Boston became the first team in Major League history to rally from a 3-0 deficit and win.
Well, they thought so much of that particular play in Boston that they made that moment recognized as a quote-unquote memorable moment in Red Sox history by the Red Sox Hall of Fame.
Sure. I remember seeing that on television. I was doing the National League Championship Series at the time between the Houston Astros and the St. Louis Cardinals. I remember sitting in my hotel room in Houston. You're thinking, all right, the series is going to be over in 2 more outs. And I'll be doggone if they were still playing 6 days later and Red Sox celebrating. Well, you pitch Joey there, that's what he does to you.
Well, when he's seeing the ball good and hitting the ball the way he is right now, I mean, does it really matter? You hope that he hits the ball and it goes at somebody. That was no mistake.
Duvall clubbed his 28th home run of the season. His first time up tonight. 3-run home run out near the Reds bullpen in deep left center field. I don't know if anyone out there who, when this season began, would be able to tell you they thought that Duvall would end up hitting 30, 35 home runs and knocking in 95, 100 runs this year, but he's very much on that pace. You know, he's done so much extraordinarily so damage. In his 165 at bats when runners have been on base. I'm not talking about scoring position, just when you have guys on base. He has 65 of his 79 RBIs. It's been a .330 batting. 5-0 Reds. to the golf zone with our buddy Jimmy Hanlon. Get inside the golf zone, presented by American Eagle Mortgage and Farm and Guard, Sunday at 8 on Fox Sports Ohio. All right through the front two for the Redlegs. 4 in the first, 1 more in the second. 5-zip. Dodgers bat here in the third. 8-9-1 against Brandon Finnegan. Only Dodger base runner a walk in the first to Kike Hernandez. Fouled out of play by Chris Taylor, who starts tonight at short. That's good morning, good afternoon, and good night for Mr. Taylor. Second strikeout for Brandon Finnegan.
Brandon's got a pretty good feel of that slider. You could tell early on. He buries that ball down and in, and that is a perfect spot for a left-hander to throw that pitch.
Anderson trailing 5-0, but he'll bat. He's depleted Dodger pitching staff, especially in the rotation. And I mean, this is a team that is very much in the hunt. Clayton Kershaw surprised everybody, jumping on a plane and flying into Cincinnati to be with his teammates here yesterday. Threw off the mound earlier today. They were very excited about that. But I mean, best case scenario for the game's very best is a return in late September, which would still make him eligible should they reach the postseason. But you know, will you be getting the Clayton Kershaw? Well, what extraordinary numbers he has put together. I mean, it's just beyond belief when you look at what he has done over the last 5 seasons pitching for this Dodger team.
Well, even if the Dodgers didn't get the Clayton Kershaw, but they got a near Clayton Kershaw, that'd be a lot better than what they're running out there right now.
Oh, you're not lying. You know, we talk about the pitchers and earned run average and wins, and I know you can argue that wins, you know, it's not always in a pitcher's control, and that's all fine and dandy, but that's all this guy does is win.
That's because he stays in deep in ball games.
A career ERA of under 2.4. Career. Last year 2.1. The year before that, when he won 21 games, 1.7.
Well, he's led the league in earned run average in 5 of the last 6 years. Consistency. And you got to stay healthy to do that. Now, the injury that he has is not an arm injury, it's a back injury. But they got good news yesterday when he threw a 28-pitch bullpen session right here at this ballpark. And when he said he felt 100% when he finished that.
They asked Kershaw, you know, what made him decide to come to Cincinnati. I mean, he didn't have to be here with his team, and he said, well, I miss my teammates and had to have a little skyline show. There's a 4-pitch walk. So he knows his audience too, doesn't he? Second walk given up by Finnegan. So now Hernandez, who walked his first time up.
Hernandez, a 24-year-old from Puerto Rico. In fact, he went to the same high school as did Ivan de Jesus Jr., although Ivan is about 5 years older. That would be the American Military Academy down in Puerto Rico.
Two balls and a strike. Reds with a 5-0 lead. Runner at first, 2 outs. In the third, 2-1 pitch, and this should do it. Brandon will go the short way, and that's all for the Dodgers. A man left, middle of the third. 5-0. Reds in front.
Ted Power, the former pitching coach with the Louisville Bats. Big night for him in Louisville because it was already pre-scheduled before he came up to be the bullpen coach that this is Ted Power bobblehead night in Louisville. Brian Price was asked before the game, hey, are you going to find a way to get a Ted Power bobblehead? He said, Teddy already gave me one, and went on to say, you know, some bobbleheads don't look like the guy, but says he did an outstanding job on the mustache and the hair that it looks just like Teddy.
Teddy's such a good man. We're so lucky to have him with a big league club now, and they were lucky, Chris, to have him down in Louisville for a long time. But Ted Power belongs in the big leagues as a big league coach. He's been a big league coach for many years. And boy, he was a big league pitcher too now. It didn't matter what you asked him to do, whatever role it was. There's a tapper by Brandon down to first, and that's the way it begins for the Reds in the bottom of the third. I mean, no matter what they asked him to do, start, long man, setup man, closer, he always took the ball.
You know, I'm sure there are a lot of people out there hearing you, Tom, and hearing us talk about Teddy over the years and say, well, why hasn't he had a big league job by now? And really, baseball is a very funny industry because your best chance of getting a job if you're a very good pitching coach is not have somebody recruit you from another team, but have one of your friends or former teammates become a manager somewhere. And then he goes back and says, I know this guy in Cincinnati. And then you ask permission for the Reds to talk to him. But it's such an insider deal here in this business.
It's why you and I have talked so many times, not necessarily on the air, although from time to time, but certainly off the air a lot, about different guys we've always wondered why they've never been given a chance to manage. And one of them on this Red staff is a third base coach.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is a guy who has so much to offer. And that's him, Billy Hatcher. tremendous, tremendous baseball mind and baseball experience. How about that? Are you kidding me? Red's kind of nice. He's going to second base, and he's out by 20 feet. So Schebler trying to turn a little flare off the bag into a double. And that was the shortstop Taylor who went over there to get it and throw him out.
And it was the third baseman Turner that puts a tag on. You talk about perfect placement. It doesn't get a whole lot better than that.
You could stand there and throw the ball 100 times and it wouldn't do that. Two down for Suarez. He hooked one down the left field line and doubled his first time up. You know, the other guy we talk about, and in fact his name just came up in our conversation, Chris, the other day off the air, is Ron Wotus.
Yeah.
Ron Wotus was a third base coach for Dusty Baker when he managed the Giants.
And he still is.
And he still is now.
Out there.
Right. Very successful minor league manager. I mean, he was the up and coming guy. He made it through Baker. He made it through Felipe Alou and then on to Bruce Bochy.
It's a weird business.
Yeah. And, you know, somebody could say, well, the Giants didn't think enough of him to hire him as their manager. You know, and I'm sure he wonders the same thing from time to time. There's ball four to Suarez.
You're right about that, but what they did do is they hired a guy that has got a foot in the Hall of Fame as a manager, in Bruce Bochy. In fact, that's a no-brainer there.
Three of them now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it goes to show you, too, though, man, you got to have the players.
You got to have the players.
Because he was a good manager in San Diego, but he didn't have the players.
And you got to have the coaches. I think they really make the manager's job a whole lot easier if he's a manager that can delegate a little bit and trust the guys that you have.
So now Cabrera is down a strike. He chopped one in front of the plate, and the catcher threw him out to end the 4-run first inning. Red's got another in the second. We have Suarez at first and 2 outs in the third. Runner goes, knocked down, hot smash, and the pitcher will throw him out to end the 1 man left. Reds lead at the end of 3 on a beautiful night at the ballpark, 5-0.
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. You can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. It includes a free subscription to @Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
Well, the night continues to look better and better and better. You know, Jim Day gave my dad the nickname Monsoon Marty, because every time there's a threat of rain, he comes walking in here and says, boys, we're in for a long night.
There could be a little blip on the radar 3 states from here.
Connecticut already blew through. It's a great nickname, though.
Yes, it is.
You know, Jim, I got to ask you, does he know that you've given him that nickname? Because I didn't mean to spill the beans on international TV here, if that's the case.
I've dropped it on him a few times, but you know your dad, it just goes like right. Well, actually, it doesn't go right over his head. He hears it, he just doesn't acknowledge it.
Oh, believe me, I'm well aware of that for about almost 53 years now.
He's yet to acknowledge it, but indeed, you better believe he's right now looking at the radar saying, oh boy, we're in trouble. There's rain out there in Oklahoma.
Reds lead 5-0. Dodgers bat here in the top of the 4th. Adrian Gonzalez swings and fouls it off out of play. That is a fair ball, and Votto will win the race to the bag. 1 out here in the Dodgers 4th. A reminder, coming up a little bit later on, we'll have our Miller Time moment brought to you by Miller Lite. Only 2 base runners for the Dodgers so far in this game. A walk in the 1st, a walk in the 3rd. Here's Turner. He bounced to 3rd, ending the LA 1st inning. You know, it really is amazing. We see the Dodgers so infrequently now with the unbalanced schedule in the National League for the last handful of years, where you play teams in your own division, you know, depending on the year, 18, 19 times, and you'll play them 3 series at home, 3 series on the road, which means that everybody else in baseball, or at least in your own league, you will play only a home and home series against. Every blue moon it'll work out where you have to play a team twice. It's rare, or more than 2 series, as it did against the Dodgers a couple of years ago. Ground ball to Peraza. But you know, Chris, we can read about them, and they're spending in excess of $230 million on their team payroll, and yet when you write down their lineup, even with a couple of guys out of the lineup tonight, you know, Utley was a guy they brought in last year. He's had a great career, but started to fade a little bit. You know, Seager's a rookie, so you really can't include him, but it is really hard to believe that this is a team. They've been wrecked by injuries, as you pointed out, but they're also still paying a lot of people who are no longer playing for them or playing for somebody else. That's a foul ball. You know, they're still paying Matt Kemp.
They're paying a lot of people.
Yeah.
In fact, they have paid people to take their players away from them. But it is I guess it's a cash machine with the kind of TV contract that they have there and the number of people they flock out to see Dodger games. They nearly sell out that big stadium, and it holds over 50,000.
They're going to draw over 4 million.
So they're the kind of team, though, that can make a couple of mistakes, big mistakes, and live to tell about it. If a small market team makes too many big mistakes, even one a really big one, it can haunt them for years and years, because you just can't eat half of a $200 million contract and say, well, sorry about that, we made a mistake.
Now, if you believe the Dodger people, you know, they will tell you that Andrew Friedman, their general manager, who had a lot of success in Tampa Bay. I mean, a lot of success. It got to a point. You know, one time in all those years they reached a World Series, only once, with a low payroll and, you know, heavy sabermetrics minded, that they are moving in that direction. It's going to take some time in LA to clear off the book some of those contracts, but that is the goal moving forward. You know, with all the success, so again, that Friedman had, is there a limit to how far a team built primarily, you know, via the numbers mode can get? You know, that's certainly a topic that's very much real and out there alive, because a team that is extraordinarily or exclusively built that way has not won a World Series.
And by Cincinnati Children's, changing the outcome together.
You know, we understand a lot of huge stars continue to come rolling into Cincinnati. This has become such a favorable place for multiple reasons, for major motion pictures that are being filmed in and around here. You know, a lot of that kind of started back up, Chris, with Michael Douglas, and then you know, just from down the river in Kentucky, George Clooney, who's filmed a couple of movies here. But you know, we've seen John Travolta here. We understand he's here again tonight. They just announced that a couple of other movies are going to be here in town. Big ones, big stars. And talk about big stars. There's been no star that's walked in this ballpark in a long, long time bigger than that guy. Now, you may not recognize him. He might look like your neighbor. Guy sitting there with the glasses on, eating the chili fries. The guy right there in the glasses. He looks like your neighbor, right? Let me tell you, that ain't your neighbor. That's a legendary Paul Simon of Simon and Garfunkel, and then of course hundreds of hits through the years.
Now he's here tonight because he and his son Gabe was sitting to his right. Gabe is getting ready to go to college. So before he goes away to college, they're making a tour of a lot of different ballparks around the country. And they've been in Kansas City, a number of other parks, and now they make their way here to Great American Ballpark.
Is he going to school in the region?
I don't know that. I'm wondering maybe this ballpark might be the subject of maybe one of his next songs.
he did just come out with an album that includes a song on it called Cool Papa Bell, where in the lyrics of that song he calls Cool Papa Bell the fastest man on earth.
And of course he has had one of his most famous songs is where he alluded to the, where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio, our nation.
But I'm wondering about the Papa Bell song after he sees Billy Hamilton play, whether he may just revise that song or come up with another one.
Right. Cool Papa Bell was a guy that they said would be in bed before the lights went out when he clicked the light switch on the wall. There's another pitch thrown to the backstop. This has been a disaster for Brett Anderson. I mean, he walks a pitcher to begin the inning. Second time in the game he's thrown one all the way to the screen.
Well, when you throw a fastball, you hold the wet side. When you throw a curveball, you put your fingers on the dry side.
And they want to see if he's okay after they've seen that now for a second time. We mentioned earlier he's come all the way back from back surgery. Then he injured his wrist in the very first inning, his very first game back, only lasting one inning in that game. And they want to know if he's all right.
It's probably his wrist they're thinking about, as that's what they're taking a look at. The back surgery is a serious thing. It kept him out all year long.
I want to get back to something we were talking about a minute ago there before we went to the break, while they're taking a look at him. And we might have a long time to talk about this if they make a pitching change. Theo Epstein was the first general manager to bring, if you will, the sabermetrics idea to a major market team, and that being the Boston Red Sox. And I think even the most ardent sabermetrician would say that while a lot of the players he brought in there would fit that bill, he also spent a fortune in money to bring in players. I mean, Boston every year was in the top 2 or 3 in payroll. You're not being efficient necessarily with your money when you're spending that kind of money. Now, Anderson's going to have to leave this game. Theo's gone to the Cubs and has made some shrewd trades and brought in a lot of brand new players. But he's also spent, again, a fortune in money on guys like John Lackey and guys like Hayward, who came in during the offseason, on John Lester. I mean, Billy Beane can't do that in Oakland. Theo Epstein's been very fortunate in Boston and now Chicago's. This will be our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. The question is, will they have the patience in a market size like LA? If Andrew Friedman wanted to truly do it the way he had to do it in Tampa Bay, which would get him to the playoffs, but more times than not, he'd be bounced in the first round of those playoffs by the bigger market team.
Well, when you've got the kind of payroll that you're running out there, I don't think in Los Angeles they have that kind of patience. I mean, in Tampa Bay, they've been conditioned to have patience because that's what they're selling every year.
Sure.
Young players, patience will be better next year, and then they trade those players away, and then they ask for patience again. Well, I think you've answered your own question there about the mindset of Los Angeles.
All right, we're going to take a timeout while Grant Dayton comes in from the bullpen. He has as much time as he wants. So we'll take a timeout. Reds are leading 5-0 here in the fourth.
last night. What an emotional scene in the 7th inning from that guy, Michael Lorenzen. His first game back after his father passed away, and as fate would have it, he got an at-bat, and the first pitch he saw, he hit out his first career home run in the majors. Curtain call, tears, hugs. It's quite the moment. Michael reacted after the game.
Something special, not only for me, but for my family and everyone that's been supporting us. I just want to say thank you for all the prayers and just the support. It's really helped out a lot. Just people reaching out, and it's humbled me, this whole situation, and you know, everything that happened tonight. I don't think I'll ever feel that way again.
And to cap it off, after he greeted his teammates in the clubhouse and did the interviews, he was called into Rick Stowe, the equipment manager for the Reds office, and they had retrieved that home run ball. Everyone in the ballpark, it was a team effort, from the ushers to the security guys to the guys that authenticate baseballs. They all went into action and talked the fan into who retrieved that ball into trading it for a signed Michael Lorenzen ball. Rick Stowe says he's going to frame the ball, his batting gloves, and his jersey from the game.
Incredible, incredible moment. I mean, Brian Price and so many of Lorenzen's teammates afterwards, you saw the hug he gave Ramon Cabrera. And of course, Cabrera was a guy who came up in the minor leagues with Lorenzen. They were called up within 1 day of each other to the big leagues last season, and he was the last one in that line. And after giving high fives to all his teammates, the last one in line waiting for him was Cabrera, and Cabrera said he knew those emotions had to come out. And they did when he gave him that big bear hug that nearly knocked him over before the curtain call.
He really gave us a snapshot and verifies the fact that a baseball team where you play 6 months a year, not even including spring training together, is like an extended family. I mean, not all these guys like each other and get along, but for the most part, you do get along. And you look out for each other like brothers. And that's what they've done here for Michael Lorenzen, who's one of the more genuine young men that you will ever meet.
And that's when the tears began to come out, and the big hug with Cabrera. He's playing Clash Royale down there right now. What do you think? He might have heard us right there.
And probably playing it well.
If he can hear us, Michael Nod, are you playing Clash Royale? Yay or nay? Doubt they can hear us. What we do know is Grant Dayton comes on to replace Brett Anderson. He went 1 inning his first start back. He goes 3+ here tonight on the short end of a 5-0 game. 2 stints with the Dodgers, 7 games, 10 innings. He does have 15 strikeouts, does Dayton. He's pitched in Single-A and Double-A and Triple-A this year. 38 combined games. Threw the ball very well in the minor leagues. Came over in a deal from the Marlins for left-handed pitcher Chris Reed in July of 2015. Two and two to Billy Hamilton. Should Hamilton walk, the walk would be charged to Anderson. There was a 2-1 count at the time of the pitching change, and with the 2 balls already on the batter, it would go on the pitcher who left, should he draw a walk.
If he gets a strikeout, of course, that goes on the record of the new pitcher.
Yes.
Grant Dayton.
3-2 on Billy Hamilton. Runner at second is Finnegan. And it's out of play. Long run for everybody here. But a good jump by the right fielder, Segedin, for the first out in the inning. You were starting to talk about some of those players. The Dodgers are still paying that either have given them next to nothing, they're hurt, or they're not here anymore. They released Carl Crawford, you may remember, earlier this year.
Well, they swapped out some salaries along the way, which Major League executives are always trying to do. But some of the ones that really were surprising to me, that they're paying Michael Morse $8.5 million this year.
Holy Moses.
Matt Kemp gets paid by the Dodgers this year, next year, the year after that, and the year after that, $3.5 million by the Dodgers. So while Matt Kemp, wherever he's playing in the next few years, will be playing against the Dodgers, presumably, the Dodgers will be paying him to play against them. That's the really oddity of baseball nowadays, where you see that happen more and more often.
Peraza puts a charge into this one, and this baby will fly out of here. Welcome back, Jose Peraza.
Well, I wonder if they're saying that in the Dodger betting. I mean, after all, that's where the Reds acquired him from when they made that 3-team deal that included Todd Frazier going to the White Sox. I think the Dodgers front office just turned the TV off. Sounds good coming off his bat tonight. I mean, 3 times in a row. He has hit the ball exceptionally hard, and no better than that one. The 2-run home run in the left field seats.
For those of you that may not remember, the Reds did not trade any players to the Dodgers to get Peraza. That was a 3-team deal involving, as Chris mentioned, the White Sox and Cincinnati. Reds acquired Shoveler, infielder Brandon Dixon, and Peraza. They traded Frazier to the White Sox, and the White Sox sent 3 players, 2 position players, and a pitcher to LA. None of those players, by the way, are with the major league team. Seven 0 Reds in the bottom of the 4th inning. Long way to go in this one, but the Reds trying to make it 5 consecutive wins. There's a 2-hopper to the short second baseman. First time they retire Votto tonight. A pair of singles, a run scored, and an RBI. And now Duvall, who got him really off and running with a 3-run home run in the first inning, bats with 2 down and none on.
You know, the other thing that I'm sure that the Dodgers aren't very happy to do, but they're got to do it, is in June they released Carl Crawford, who they have signed to a 7-year, $142 million deal. And they owe him, well, the remaining of his contract this year, which is almost $22 million, and they will pay him all of that next year.
Now, it should be noted that their current general manager, Andrew Friedman, did not sign
Correct.
a number of these players
Correct.
to those contracts. You know, he did re-up with Clayton Kershaw, but you know, he didn't make the deal that brought in Adrian Gonzalez. A lot of this had to do with the former general manager Ned Colletti, Carl Crawford, Andre Ethier. I mean, Brett Anderson, they gave a 1-year contract. That is on Friedman.
Well, that was a qualifying offer of $15.8 million. Of course, they didn't realize that Brett Anderson was going to be injured this year, so it looks awful bad when your guy, you know, you sign him with a big deal and he goes down with an injury.
Well, the point I'm making is you have a general manager that still is on the hook for, you know, some of these, not all of them. And Anderson, $16 million. Scott Kazmir, $13 million. He brought in Brandon McCarthy.
Let's go back to Kazmir.
Paying him $12.5
this
million.
year, and then it goes to 17 next
Right.
year, and then almost 18, you know, in 2000.
I mean, Brandon McCarthy. I mean, this was a guy anybody could have had for a song. I'm not just picking on him, but Kazmir at least has had a bit of a track record here of late.
I feel like I'm sitting around a Monopoly table.
It really is when you sit down and look at the numbers. It's just incredible. High pop-up, short left center field. And the inning is over. Reds get 2 more. They get the home run by Peraza. What a night for Jose Peraza. 3 for 3, 3 batted in.
T-Mobile. The Baltimore Orioles hit 4 home runs before recording a single out in yesterday's win versus Houston. First time it's happened since 1900. Eric Hosmer, game-winning RBI in the 11th inning yesterday versus Minnesota. That game ended at 2:15 a.m. Central Time after an over 3-hour rain delay. And Carlos Gomez, who was designated for assignment and released by the Astros, the Rangers picked him up, signed the veteran to a minor league contract.
Tell you what, the Texas Rangers, good, bad, or indifferent. They are the leaders inside the American League West. And we will see them here for a 2-game series on Tuesday night. Reds split a 2-game series against them in Arlington. And they are going for it. That franchise has never won a World Series. They've only played in one. That was that heartbreaking 7-game series to the Cardinals. But Chris, they're going to try and flip every switch there is to try and get there this year.
Yeah. Well, a team that has already flipped a lot of switches, right? The Indians. Did you see how they won their game last night? With a walk-off inside the park home run.
Yes.
They come in the ninth inning down a run.
Nyquist, wasn't it, who had the inside
Tyler
of the park?
Nyquist.
Yeah.
They were down a run. Jose Ramirez hits a home run to tie the score at 2-2, and then Tyler Nyquist hits an inside the park home run to win the ball game.
Let me tell you what, that guy can fly.
Well,
I mean, watching the replay of that home run, he had made up his mind. There was no way he was stopping at third base. He may not run like Billy Hamilton, but he can really run. Now, it started raining really hard here in between innings, and we're only out for 1:40. And right as many of the fans were headed for cover, it stopped. And now 2 quick outs for Finnegan. Here's that inside the park home run we were talking about by Tyler Nyquist. Watch this ball. It hits the wall, and how fast he goes after initially jogging. He thought it was gone. And then he turns on the burners, man. And it's off to the races.
where's the center fielder?
Nowhere in sight. That's a way to walk off.
Man, oh man. They've
Run
had
off.
some exciting games there up in Cleveland.
What in the world is that thing Chisenhall's holding? What was that? Oh, is he serving drinks down in the dugout, or they look like a cup holder? You see somebody walking around at a party.
It's funny what you notice.
I got to go back later tonight and read the plain dealer, because I would like to think somebody besides me just sitting here watching that highlight had to ask the question, what is that thing? There's a liner into left field and caught by Duvall. Guess what? We played 5. So we have an official game, but we've also played 5, and the Dodgers have drawn 2 walks. Check the concession stands around the ballpark. Now, a Kroger meal deal, you get a hot dog, a bag of chips, a 16-ounce Coke, and during this homestand, Emerald Almonds. All of that for $9. Make sure to stop by and pick up your Kroger meal deal the next time you're here at GABP. Josh Fields, third Dodger pitcher. Reds lead 7-0
They're running through them here. You know, the Marlins went through a whole bunch of pitchers here during their 4-game set. I mean, it seemed like every other inning, Don Mattingly was calling for that bullpen door to open and bring another guy in. And Dave Roberts at the helm of the Dodgers had pretty much done the same thing. Red saw 4 pitchers last night. We'll probably see at least that many tonight. Fields is number 3.
Brandon Phillips 0 for 2, a pair of ground balls to the right side. Strike 1.
Fields is a former first-round pick. It was the Seattle Mariners that picked him in 2008 after he turned down a deal from the Atlanta Braves the year before, where he came in the 2nd round. A man that was born in Athens, Georgia, decided to go to UGA, and that's where he got drafted.
Well, another kid from Georgia just got him in Brandon Phillips for a knock.
Stone Mountain versus Athens right here. Boy, not a whole lot you can do for that. If you're a pitcher, you throw it down around the shins and the guy gets a base hit like that, you tip your hat.
The 11th hit already for the Reds, and that's a leadoff batter in the 5th inning. So here's Shevely. He's bounced to 3rd. Squibbed one up the 3rd base line that stayed fair. Tried to turn a single into a double on that ball and was thrown out. Boy, Fields, he's got a whole routine to get through before he delivers a baseball out there on the mound. Catch it, really regroup, slow to get up to the mound. He'll rub up the baseball. He'll adjust his hat, put his foot on the rubber, long look, big deep breath, and now look in for the sign.
Well, if you've been reading and trying to keep up with some of the comments the Commissioner of Baseball Rob Manfred has made about trying to speed the game up, one of those would be installing a pitch clock, putting the pitchers on a clock and enforcing it.
And of course, they're already playing one in the minor leagues.
Yeah, they are playing one in the minor leagues, and right now the way it is in Major League Baseball is that they encourage the batters to get in. They don't allow them to get out except after a swing and a miss or a foul ball. You can't get out after you take a pitch, for instance, and just walk around the batter's box. But there's really no onus on the pitchers right now. And right now, we don't even know when a player is being reprimanded for not getting in the batter's box. We understand that some players have been fined, probably minimal amounts, to encourage them to get back in the box. But really, until you penalize a player with a ball or a strike, an automatic ball call or an automatic strike, depending on whether it's pitcher or batter, you're not going to really have any effect.
No, you're right. I tell you, friends of mine that have been to minor league games, they tell me that when you go, the first couple of innings, and in some cases the first couple of games, you'll go, you can't take your eye off of that clock. You're wondering, is the pitcher going to do it? You know, is the batter going to be in there in time? Is this pitch going to go off before the clock? And then you never notice it again by the flow of the game.
Interesting.
Would you be against having a clock at the big league level?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm all for speeding the game up. I'm not for changing the rules of the game to really affect the way everything is played. But we had 3 hours and 43 minutes or so last night, and that could have been shortened and would have seen the same outcome.
I can only remember one time in about the last, and of course I've missed a lot of games, but since I've had a chance, I've been fortunate enough to come back and do some games. I can't remember but one game, and that was a game against the Marlins this week, that's been under 3:10, 3:12. And again, it's not sitting up here complaining about it. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about something. This is topic number one on the plate of Rob Manfred. There are two things that he's most concerned about right now, and I'm not suggesting there aren't any other things that he's worried about, but the two primary concerns of him as baseball commissioner, and he'll talk to anybody about it who asks, would be connecting with younger fans, so your game, the demographics aren't a bunch of old people watching the games. That's a nice play by Turner. That's a really good play by Turner. The call is out at first base. Boy, that is one fine play by Justin Turner.
Yeah, even when Justin Turner was struggling with the bat early this year, he played tremendous defense. That's really has been his calling card since he was known for that first, and then his power later. It's a nice play. Gloves it, transfer, throw on the money. Good stretch at the other end by Gonzalez. They may be asked to take a look at this one.
So while they're taking a look at that, but the other thing that Rob Manfred is very, very concerned about is pace of play and time of game around Major League Baseball. Looks like his foot hit the bag before the ball hit the mitt of the first baseman, Adrian Gonzalez.
I think one of the things they're going to have to look at is this review system, because you can shave a few seconds here and there off of a few pitches per inning by putting a clock up and so on. But if you have to sit and wait for 60 seconds and then a minute and a half, or sometimes 4 or 5 minutes for a review to take place, you're taking one step forward and 10 backwards.
Well, I mean, a case like this is this play right here. And, in the NFL, for example, you talk to Dean Blandino, the head of officials for the National Football League. Oftentimes, before the referee even gets under the hood, like we see in football, right, to take a look at it, the decision's already been made. I mean, by the guys in New York, it's so clear. Here is a perfect example of what you're talking about. This is a no-brainer. He's safe. And somebody could have made that call a minute and a half ago.
Well, my feeling on the review is you give him 30 seconds. And I've sat in the chair, a simulated way, look at a play, and I looked at it 3 ways, and I saw it 3 ways. Tie, safe, and out, right? Because they can be that close. But if it's that close, too bad. I just say in 30 seconds, you make a call and you go with it. Mm-hmm. Because that's the way it used to be when an umpire make a bad call. You argue, and then you go with it.
So it'll be an infield hit for Suarez. Brandon Phillips on to second base, 1 out in the inning, and here's Ramon Cabrera. And there's a base hit. They are going to hold Brandon. So the hits keep right on coming for the Redlegs here tonight.
swinging the bat very well when he gets a chance to play. Hit a 3-run home run the other day. Cabrera did.
That was had 2 hits that night. That was in a Thursday night win, 5-4 over Miami. So they are loaded for Finnegan. He ended an 0 for 33 stretch with a double in the left field his first time up. Scored in that inning and then walked and scored again. Scored on the home run by Peraza. Nothing in 2 on Brandon Finnegan. Struck him out. 2 away in the inning. And now Billy Hamilton with the bases loaded and 2 out. Bases loaded, nothing in 1 to Billy, and now nothing in 2. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Billy Hamilton. Reds scored 4 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the fourth. They have him loaded here in the 5th. And Brandon Finnegan, while the Reds have chalked up 13 hits, Mr. Finnegan has not allowed the Dodgers a single one. Two to Billy Hamilton. Fastball high. And a huge night for Peraza. Well, he'd love to get a chance with a couple of guys on here in this inning. Two and two to Billy. Ball 3. Already the third pitcher that Dave Roberts has used tonight, and he's in a pile of trouble. 3-2 with the bases loaded, and he walked in a run.
Second night in a row Dodger pitching has walked in a run.
So Peraza will get the chance. 7th man to bat in the inning. Reds have scored in every inning except for the 3rd. Peraza, 2 singles, a 2-run home run, 2 scored, 3 knocked in. That was Peraza's 2nd career home run. We saw this young man a lot in spring training, and granted it was a month of March, granted it was exhibition games. Boy, there's a lot to like with young Jose Peraza. Quickly 0-2 through a fastball to 96 up and away from him. Straight up in the air, and it's out of play. Nice play over there. That's the way you're supposed to do it. Yes, indeed. Is that a thundering herd?
Yeah,
there?
representing the herd.
Yep. Well done. For some of these Dodger infielders, you can just see it's got to be painful standing behind a pitcher on the mound taking this kind of time. Now, you just see it in their body language. They're all kind of wondering, are we ever going to get this at bat started? One-two delivery. Straight up in the air and playable. Inning over. Reds get 1. We've played 5. Finnegan back to the mound in the 6th. Leading. Take a look at our Honda game summary right from the get-go. A 4-run first inning, highlighted by a 3-run home run by Adam Duvall. Reds would get a run in the 2nd. And then came the fourth inning, clearly in command. Jose Peraza, 2-run home run. Reds led 7-0. They would get another run in the fifth to make it the current score 8-0. Meanwhile, Brandon Finnegan, you may remember, allowed 1 run in a complete game at Dodger Stadium in a 1-0 loss. And he's working on a no-hitter through 5 tonight. The only 2 Dodger base runners, a walk to Enrique Hernandez in the first inning, and then a 2-out walk to Howie Kendrick in the third. So he'll be facing the pitcher's spot will be taken down for a player just recently acquired by the Dodgers, Josh Reddick, who comes off the bench to bat for Fields, who goes 1 inning, allows 3 hits and a run. Fields walked Hamilton with the bases loaded. Well, this has been a very strange, some of the players the Dodgers have tried to acquire through all these injuries, and things just have not gone their way. I mean, Reddick, this has been a good player for a long time, but already, for whatever reason, he's been unable to make an adjustment to playing right field when they've had day games at Dodger Stadium. Has lost 3 balls in the sun, and they came at critical times, which led to Dodger losses. And they trade for a starting pitcher in Rich Hill, who has not thrown a pitch for them because he has a blister problem, and they're hoping to have him back this coming week. So I'm sure the Dodgers have to feel like they have been snake bit through this entire process. Hill was having an excellent year with the Oakland Athletics, and gone swinging is Reddick to start the 6th. Whacked himself right across the head after that strikeout.
Reddick had a rough night last night. Eventually picked up a base hit in the 9th inning off of Kivas Sampson. But we mentioned last night just the amount of arc that bat has to travel to get into the hitting zone with his swing. No wonder he's late. Of course, though, this is one of those games by Brandon Finnegan. When he's on his game, he does not give up very much, and tonight he has not given up squat.
This should be the 2nd out of the inning. Brandon making sure, down on 1 knee. 2 outs in the 6th.
Twice this year he's flirted with a no-no. Now, when he pitched against Los Angeles the last time out, that back early in the year when the Reds were in Los Angeles, he ended up giving up 1 hit in 8 innings. But he did give up that hit in the 3rd inning, so there's no drama about a possible no-hitter. Then, of course, early in the year in Chicago.
That's exactly right, at Wrigley Field in April.
He went 2 outs into the 7th inning before he gave up his first hit. And then, of course, Brandon was on the wrong end of the Jake Arrieta no-hitter that he threw right here in Great American Ballpark.
You talk to guys, starting pitchers, and they'll tell you get through 6 innings, and almost to a man they'll say it begins to creep into the back of your mind. You know about it. 2 balls and a strike. And look, anybody is capable of getting a base hit, but as you start to look through really the next inning and a third, if he can find a way to get through 7, then the last 2 innings you're getting down to the bottom part of the batting order. And he's going through the meat of the order right now, and he has fallen behind a guy who walked earlier in the game who's hitting $190.
Well, the other thing towards the end of the game, and I've never had a no-hitter at the end of a ball game, but those that have say that's when the adrenaline really takes over. So it doesn't matter what part of the lineup you're pitching against.
Just reached back and threw a fastball. Now, you brought up earlier on a 3-2 pitch to this guy in the first inning. He threw him a breaking ball and walked him. Be surprised if we see one of those here.
Especially after throwing a fastball by him right there.
But you never know. Here comes a 3-2. He threw gas and it's fouled out of play. It's the first time that Finnegan's taken a little bit of extra time.
Now they want the slider.
And it's in the air, playable for Billy. 6 innings of no-hit shutout baseball for Brandon Finnegan. Stick around, stick around, stick around, stick around. Every game, all the information you need. We call it Reds Live on Fox Sports Ohio. It's presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. You know, we want to thank, and I mean really thank, Dan Elsesser and the fine folks from out at the farm. You know where that is, over on the west side of town. You know, you take River Road up. I think it's Anderson Ferry Road. You shoot straight up top of the hill. On the left-hand side there, a place called the Farm. Been around forever. Their food is just extraordinary. We had fried chicken tonight, real home-style mashed potatoes with homemade chicken gravy, au gratin green beans, gourmet coleslaw. I would seriously invite and recommend any of you who love great food, go to the Farm. The place is lights out. West side, River Road. You can only turn right on Anderson Ferry Road. Be up on your left-hand side, top of the hill.
And they were nice enough to feed not only our TV crew tonight, but also down there at the radio crew.
Yeah, I don't know why they fed them, because all they really do is badmouth us. So they must be really nice people at the Farm. But you know what, Chris? We try to stay above it all.
And we do a good job. Usually.
Adam Libertoy takes over on the mound, left-hander, to start the bottom of the 6th inning. Reds in command, 8-0 over the Dodgers.
He was just activated on the disabled list, or from the disabled list on Friday. Libertoy, 29-year-old left-hander.
Votto the leadoff walk, and here's Duvall, who had the 3-run home run in the first inning. And don't think he got enough of this one. This will be in the warning track. 1 out.
What a nice quick swing, though. I mean, let's take another look at the swing of Duvall. He may get it on a little bit on the end of the bat, and he does. But I mean, he had perfect timing, just not on the sweet spot.
Now Brandon Phillips, 1 for 3, singled and scored just 1 inning ago. We understand some very heavy rain has just passed over the farm on the west side and making its way towards downtown. Folks on that boat out there, they better get off that bad boy and make their way up to their cars.
Talking about the big riverboat.
Yeah, I'd like to get out on one of those one night. That looks like a lot of fun.
I thought that was your boat.
Well, but I've let my friends borrow it so frequently this summer that I rarely ever get to get on it.
You think they wouldn't rub it in by keep driving it?
I know. Well, actually, from them I would. I fully expect it. I've watched it happen for years now. In the air. That's fair ball. 2 out. Well, look, if that's rain's coming, and you know the radar's telling us it's coming, but who knows? Maybe some act of God will miss it. I mean, you've got a pitcher with the Reds working on a no-hitter tonight.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of scenarios where, you know, if you have a delay, you know, how long do you let him sit there? And again, who knows? I mean, maybe it doesn't rain at all. It's just what we're being told. He's right up around, what, the 85 pitch mark so far in the game?
Yeah, and I'm not so sure that really matters, although, you know, we have seen earlier this year pitchers taken out of ball games in which they're throwing no-hitters.
Dave Roberts did it.
You're right. Working with Joel Luckup right now to get a complete list of those that have happened this year.
Most of those were very early in the year when pitchers had not quite built up to, you know, a pitch count that was even remotely reasonable of what you might expect for a guy that early in the year. Two and one on Shoveler.
You know, Liberatore looks like a pitcher that just came off the DL, not because it looks like he's got a bad arm, but because he just looks a little rusty. Averages nearly 94 with a fastball. He's got a good arm. Did not make the major leagues until he was 27. Another great catch. I mean, right below us, a one-handed grab.
Very nice.
There's some D being flashed up here in this ballpark tonight now.
Well, I mean, the Reds have been bringing their A game, and their fans are bringing their A game. How about that? Nothing to it. Yeah, it looks like he's fit. Had it all the way. Tapper right at the shortstop, and that's all for the Reds. Here comes Brandon Finnegan. Reds lead 8-0. Tell you what, this is a whole different Cincinnati Reds team. Over the last month plus of play, they lead 8-0 tonight. They would go 9 games over 500 if they hang on to win in their last 33 with a victory. But everybody right now is zeroed in on Brandon Finnegan. 6 innings of no-hit, no-run baseball. Only 2 Dodgers have reached. A walk to Hernandez in the first inning, a walk to Kendrick in the third, and now he goes through the 3 best hitters in the LA lineup here in the 7th. Adrian Gonzalez, Justin Turner, and then Rob Seguin. Gonzalez has hit in 12 in a row. Tonight, he's bounced to Votto twice. A guy who, as we brought up earlier, has just had incredible success in this ballpark. A career .322 batter. And in 29 games has hit 9 homers and driven in 23. If Finnegan can get him out, he may not have to see him again tonight. Maybe. 1-1. Big deep breath, and now the left-hander kicks and delivers. Fastball up and in, 3 balls and a strike. He didn't go around. Three-1 delivery, and there's the first hit of the night. A single by Adrian Gonzalez to start the 7th inning. I would imagine that's going to start the Reds bullpen. It's also going to start a nice round of applause.
And a well-deserved round of applause. What a great effort by Brandon Finnegan. I'll tell you, Tom, we talked about it off air many times when we've seen Finnegan pitch and after he's pitched. And, a lot of the word that we hear, the rumor and the whispers around the clubhouse and around the ball club is that they feel that Brandon Finnegan is best fitted in the long run for the bullpen. But every time he goes out and pitches a game like that, he has done tonight, that is, he makes a vote for himself to be right in the center of this rotation.
Well, look, the first couple of months he pitched as well as anybody the Reds had, and granted their rotation was not pitching nearly as well then as it is now. He went through about a 5.5-week lull where he did not pitch well at all. He didn't have a single quality start, and that's when a lot of those whispers started up again. Yeah. But now all of a sudden he's starting on a run as this season goes on, where began out in San Diego, 6 innings, 4 hits, shutout baseball. 6 innings, 2 hits, no runs his next start against the Cardinals. 6 innings, 3 runs in a second straight start against St. Louis. And then they gave up 4 runs in 6 innings his last start. But tonight, 6 innings of no-hit shutout baseball.
Right now he's facing Justin Turner, and the reason I want to bring that up and kind of shift the focus to Turner for a second, because Turner's the subject of an interesting statistic that Joel Luckup found, and it surrounds WAR, win above replacement player, which is essentially a measure of how you measure a player's value either in 1 year or over the course of his entire career. And you can add it up from year to year. He doesn't like that one, but we're going to show you where Justin Turner ranks on all these players. All these players on this list were drafted or signed by the Reds. Now, the only player that was drafted that did not sign was Jake Arrieta. He was drafted out of high school, did not sign, and was eventually gone to the Orioles. But Frazier, Bruce, Justin Turner, Mike Leake, and Zach Kozar. Look at the WAR on this edge of the players since 2003 that were drafted by the Reds, and Justin Turner is way up on that list. You would never guess that.
There's a tapper to Votto, and he gets the force out at second base. And they're 2 away in the inning. So now Jock Peterson, and Finnegan has certainly had his way with Peterson tonight. Struck him out swinging twice. Boy, not only that long swing, Chris, that you illustrated earlier with Peterson, but I don't know if it's just me. That bat looks like it's 9 feet long to me.
It does, and I think the reason it looks that long is because when he swings, his arms are completely extended. I mean, he's not exactly right up on top of that plate. I mean, but he swings with his entire body. I mean, compare his swing, for instance, with a quiet swing of Adam Duvall. Now, in the long run, Jock Peterson may hit the ball farther, but it doesn't matter whether you hit him 400 feet or 490 feet, as long as it's a home run. I think he just puts so much of his body into it that his head moves a little bit, and he has an inconsistent path to the ball.
And he's gone swinging for the 3rd straight time. So the Dodgers get the leadoff single, and then Brandon Finnegan retires 3 in a row. He's fanned 8 on the night. Really incredible the job the folks that are enticing motion pictures to be filmed here in Cincinnati. It has just been incredible the amount of major movies being filmed in our city. And Travolta in town for another one of those. So we're going to be sitting here for a little while. We're hoping not all that long. This is a game clearly the Reds have in hand. 8-0 they lead as they're set to come to the bat here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Look at that little angel. We're going to step away and go to opening day this season when Scott Schebler on opening night, I beg your pardon, not opening day, but Scott Schebler turned in the biggest hit of his major league career. And it's ball one down low. He was claimed off waivers by the Phillies July the 15th. Red Sox only had him for a grand total of 2 years.
I'm in the press room.
Play bottom of the 7th. Reds lead 8-0. Let's show you how we got here. The Reds put 4 on the board in the first. Adam Duvall, first at bat back from injury. 3-run home run, 4-0 Cincinnati after the first. Jose Peraza just recalled from AAA today after singling his first time up. Drives in a run right here in the second. And how about a bigger welcome back for Peraza? Our Volkswagen drive of the game in the 4th. Home run, 2nd of the season. And Brandon Finnegan had it going on here tonight. Finnegan, the starter for Cincinnati, was just mowing them down. Had a no-hitter going into the 7th inning. And then Adrian Gonzalez stepped up and ended the no-no. But Finnegan turned around and struck out Turner and Peterson to end the 7th. A terrific night of pitching for Brandon Finnegan. Just 1 hit, scoreless baseball. As we go back to the gentlemen that will call the rest of this one, Tom Brenneman and Chris Welch.
Righty, Jim Day, we thank you very, very much. And look who's still alive and kicking. That's Joe Blanton. I mean, this guy's career has come full circle.
You're not kidding about that. 12 years in the major leagues. He's 3 games over 500 lifetime. Young man that was born and raised down in Bowling Green, did his college work at the University of Kentucky down in Lexington for the Big Blue. And this year, 57 games now, 58, including tonight for Blanton.
He's had a nice major league career.
He's having a good year this year. He's not giving up very many hits. He is striking out nearly a batter per inning. Yeah, you got to think, though, Tom. I mean, you look at this, the overall picture of this game. 8-0, 7th inning. An hour or so rain delay. The Dodgers are probably thinking in that clubhouse, well, maybe we should pray for rain right here, because I mean, your bullpen can get used up big time in a game like this.
Popped up down the right field line and able to make a running catch out there. Is 2nd and 1 away in the inning. It's a new battery, by the way, for the Dodgers. They bring on, oh, I beg your pardon, they put in Yasmani Grandal at first base to replace Adrian Gonzalez. So Grandal not behind the plate, still A.J. Ellis back there. And here's Cabrera. Ivan De Jesus Jr. already in the on-deck circle, so the night is over. And what a night it was for starter Brandon Finnegan. 7 innings of 1 hit, shutout baseball. Carried that no-hitter into the top of this 7th inning.
Where you start adding up the numbers, what he has done against the Dodgers so far this year, as he has just simply owned the boys in blue.
15 innings, 2 hits and a run. It's pretty good.
That's Clayton Kershaw type territory.
You're right. Cabrera, 1 of 3. That ball's hit very hard. That'll back up the left fielder who makes a play. Kendrick, 2 away in the inning. So here's De Jesus Jr. batting for Finnegan. De Jesus Jr. broke in with the Dodgers. Selected by them in the 2nd round in June of 2005. Made it to the big leagues. Took him a while. 2011. Played in 17 games there. 23 the next year before they shipped him off to Boston. And now he comes off the bench and collects a 2-out single to right.
Well, the play he made last night, barehanded play, he was playing shortstop in place of Zach Cozart. And he's just played really good overall baseball, getting a lot more hits. I think if you take away, I haven't done the math yet, but if you take away the first month and a half of the season where he really couldn't buy a hit, and you look at the numbers since then, combined with the defense that he's been given to Reds, he's had a solid season.
Billy Hamilton, 1 of 3. Led off the game, the first pitch of the game with a single, stole a base, scored a run. He's also credited with an RBI on a bases loaded walk. Here's that play you're talking about, Chris. Bare hand, Deep in the hole throughout Kendrick.
It's the only way you get him.
Showing one on Billy.
I'm going to have to go back and look at some tapes to find this out, but I can't remember Billy Hamilton choking up like he has recently. Can you recall him choking up even with a couple of strikes on him?
Nope. Be a force out to end the inning. Off to the 8th. Reds lead 8-0. Saturday, September the 3rd, the Red Logs get together with the Cardinals, and you can be here for as low as $12 thanks to Kingsgate Transportation. The first 25,000 fans receive a Eugenio Suarez bobblehead. 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com/tickets. Jumbo Diaz takes over for Brandon Finnegan, in line to pick up his 8th win of the year tonight.
Well, Jumbo also another former Dodger. In fact, he did not pitch in the major leagues for the Dodgers, but he was originally signed by the Dodgers when he was a young man down in La Romana, Dominican Republic. Dodgers signed him in 2001.
Well, the two longest tenured Reds are both going to get the rest of the night off. The right side of the Cincinnati infield, Votto and Brandon Phillips will give way. Tony Renda for Brandon, and Ivan replaces Joey. A.J. Ellis, Chris Taylor, and then Yasmani Grandal. Jumbo will bat in the number 5 position, vacated by Brandon Phillips. We've talked so much about Billy Hamilton, about Joey Votto, and the Reds starting pitching, but really it was the bullpen that set the tone, Chris, for this massive turnaround.
Well, the bullpen really set the tone for the implosion at the very beginning of the year. Reds would go into a game leading, and then something would happen, and next thing you know, you're walking away with an L. But boy, lately they have been just exceptional. You can really go up and down the whole bullpen. I'm not talking about just one or two guys, but really when it began to change is when Michael Lorenzen and Raisel Iglesias both came back to this bullpen. Those guys kind of solidified the whole mix. Reds are getting good efforts from Josh Smith. They've got nice efforts from Blake Wood, and Jumbo has yet to give up an earned run in his last 5 1/3.
Ball finds Renda as soon as he enters the game. 1 out. Tomorrow, Anthony DeSclafani against Julio Urias, who will take over for Los Angeles. DeSclafani looking to win his 8th game against just 1 loss. Homer Bailey will pitch a finale, and this is a 4-game series with that wrap around the weekend game on Monday afternoon here at 12:35. That is the only game on this homestand we will not be televising. We'll have tomorrow for you, and then Tuesday and Wednesday when the Rangers come to Cincinnati. Serious giddy up from Jumbo right there. It's 96 on the outside corner, and strike 3. Jumbo takes care of Taylor, 2 away. Big fella
cutting it loose with a little 4-seamer right there.
Jumbo might want to double dip. Bengals are having some problems keeping that right tackle position healthy. Big fella's got some nimble feet.
Got the body for it. I mean, they could beef him up a little bit if they had to, right?
Oh, you better believe that. No time at all. Yasmani Grandal, former #1 pick of the Reds. 20 home runs. That's the most by a Dodger catcher since you bring up the name Paul Lo Duca. Remember him?
Sure do.
That was always one of the great stories, remember, about baseball. Lo Duca, whose father was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, and then moved to Sedona, Arizona, where he opened a bar with the Brooklyn name in it, and he hated the Dodgers when he was a little boy. His father was just devastated when the Dodgers left Brooklyn and moved to Los Angeles, and swore he'd never root for the Dodgers again. And then they drafted his son out of Arizona State.
Cabrera's taking a little extra time off because that foul ball went right off his left shoulder. You can see him wince, and he went out to talk to Jumbo to try to
Let that pain go away a little bit. Funny how the baseball finds a part of your body that's not protected by pads.
Three balls, two strikes on Grandal. 5 straight games would be a season high for the Redlegs. And during this winning streak, they have hit over 300. They have scored 31 runs and have a team ERA of barely over 1.5. That's pretty good. That's not good. A 2-out walk with the bases empty and an 8-run lead. Jumbo will fire on to first, and that will retire the side. Reds back, bottom of the 8th, leading by 8.
Day destination this Sunday. Thanks to Klosterman Bakery, you can get half-price Reds tickets, enjoy live mascot races, and more. Plus, kids 14 and younger will get a Billy Hamilton Fathead. Presented by PNC Bank. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. John Travolta, as Tom mentioned earlier, still in the house. I'm not sure if I'm more impressed that he played up on the Jumbotron or that he waited out the rain delay. It's big league stuff.
I tell you, that was really cool in between innings. They started playing that movie, some of the Night Fever from the legendary movie Travolta was in. Hard to believe now, 40 years ago. Huh. Saturday Night Fever, and well, the dancing that he displayed in that movie, and to think here he is waiting out a rain delay, 11 o'clock at night. Still got their young son with him here, but when they put him on the Jumbotron, a lot of times people just wave and then move on, but that's pretty cool. Crowd loved it, those that have stayed around.
They sure did. And quite a few, actually, more than I thought had actually stayed around. I would imagine had the Dodgers not picked up that one base hit off of Brandon Finnegan, there would be a whole lot more staying around here.
You're right.
They rained hard for a while.
Wound up with 3 hits tonight, knocked in 3 runs. First at bat for Tony Rendon. Renda batting in place of Joey Votto after both Renda and De Jesus entered the game defensively in the 8th. De Jesus technically is a pinch hitter in the last of the 7th. Renda part of the Aroldis Chapman trade, and that is a fair ball up the third baseline. And Tony has a double with 1 out in the 8th. Our Miller time moment brought to you by Miller Lite came in the first inning. Reds had jumped out to a 1-0 lead. They had 2 on with nobody out, and Adam Duvall pow to the seats in left center field. For Duvall, home run number 28. A 4-run first, and the Reds have never looked back. A double, by the way, for Renda, the first extra base hit of his major league career. Congratulations to him. And he will score a run as Duvall picks up his 4th RBI of the night to make it 9-0.
Boy, Adam Duvall comes up back into this lineup after taking a few days off with a bruised up left foot. He's got all sorts of protection wrapped around that left foot and ankle area, but he comes in here like he just did not skip a beat at all. A couple of hits, a home run in the first inning.
So J.P. Howe has given up a run, and this is first inning out of the L.A. bullpen. That's 80 RBIs on the season now for Adam Duvall. Well, that's a pile of them. The only player in Major League Baseball to hit triple digits already in runs batted in is the one-time Red Edwin Encarnacion. 100 RBIs before the 20th of August. Shallow center field off the bat of Tyler Holt. 2 away. Well, coming up after the game, as always, Reds Live, brought to you by Performance Kings Honda.
Well,
Jim Day standing by.
Let's put the 80 RBIs by Adam Duvall into a different context. Last year, in 2015, Todd Frazier led the ball club all year long. We got at least 6 weeks to go. Did he?
Straight away center. He did. Schebler against his former team. A 2-run home run here in the 8th. And the Reds have reached double digits. So former Dodgers have really rubbed it in their noses here tonight. Peraza 3 hits, 3 batted in. Schebler 2 hits, 2 knocked in.
Boy, Schebler gets a hanging breaking ball right there. Watch J.P. Howe fall off the mound as he realizes this baby is going a long way.
So you were starting to say about Todd Frazier.
Well, just to put Adam Duvall's 80 RBIs at this point into perspective. Todd Frazier led the team last year. Jay Bruce was second. Todd Frazier had 89 all year long. Jay Bruce had 87 all year long. And Votto had 80. So, I mean, it's the kind of year that Adam Duvall is having. The high water mark for Jay Bruce ever as a Cincinnati Red was 109. And that's not out of the reach for Adam Duvall.
You're playing through the first weekend of October this year. $11-0. Reds just tacked on 3 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And the hits keep on coming. A season high by picking up their 18th hit. They had 17 in a game against the Rockies in Colorado at the end of May.
I'll tell you what, Dave Roberts, he was probably hoping for rain, more rain, when it did come about an hour ago. Now he really wishes this had just been called back in the day. You saved your bullpen.
I mean, J.P. Howell's being sent out here probably for a quick mop-up inning. He's going to extend himself and maybe not be available tomorrow.
Yep. 2 outs, 3 in. Suarez, his 9th 3-hit game of this season. That's the most on the Reds team. You'd lose a lot of money on that bet. I mean, the way Votto's been going, if you were to say to somebody who has the most 3-hit games this season, Joey would be the #1 pick. It's Suarez with 9. Thank our producer of Reds Baseball, Brian Hunterman, our director tonight, Mr. Roy Alfers. Associate producers Matt Sigafus, Jim Muller. 11-0.
Get up to 3 half-price tickets when you purchase a full-price ticket. Plus, don't miss kids-only giveaways, live mascot races, face painters, games, and more. Bring the family to the ballpark for the next Family Sunday game. 513-381-REDS for tickets, or visit reds.com/family.
You know what, Jim Day? I want to apologize to Jim Mueller down in our truck. I work with Bob Mueller, and they spell their names the exact same way. And every time I see it, I want to call him. I've been doing football for 15 years with Bob Mueller. So Jim Mueller, I apologize. That's ridiculous.
Anything else you want to get off your chest?
No, but I feel bad about that. Guy works his tail off, and I screw it up because I'm making mistakes. Thank Jesse Jackson. Another belated birthday to the Reverend. Joel Luckham, our statistician. Cast of thousands up here. Jim Strickler's been working camera at the ballpark here since the Dodgers moved from Brooklyn to LA. It's not far off. Jumbo will give way here in the 9th inning. What a pick down there by De Jesus. That was a case of the yips there by Cabrera.
I think it was a case of the wet baseball, actually. He looked at his hand as soon as that ball came out of his hand. You remember, it rained enough, I think, before the grounds crew was able to put the tarp on. It's a nasty spitter. And a nice pick by Evanda Jesus.
Talented young rookie Corey Seager will take his swing in the batter's box, and he'll pick up a knock. Josh Smith following up Jumbo Diaz, and that hit by Seager extends his hitting streak to 11 straight games. Gonzalez extended his to 13 in a row. It's only the second Dodger hit all night. Turner shoots one down the line into the corner. That's a fair ball. This might break up the shutout bid. Seager on his way to third. They're going to hold him there. So a double by Justin Turner.
First hit of the night for Turner as he just takes it right down the right field line.
Rob Segedin 0 for 3. Will bat with runners at second and third, and one out here in the ninth inning. So bring in a run. So the Dodgers get on the board with a ground out off Smith here in the ninth. MLS Soccer Sunday, sponsored by Audi, returns this week. Clint Dempsey and the Sounders collide with the Timbers. It's tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. Eastern on FS1, or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. All right, one out to go. The Reds with an 11-1 lead. Strike one to Jock Peterson. Tickets are available tomorrow. That is a 1:10 start. And another day game on Monday, 12:35, these two teams. Anthony DeSclafani gets the ball tomorrow. Homer Bailey on Monday. And the Rangers in town, back-to-back night games, Tuesday, Wednesday. Jock Peterson, a swing and a miss for a called strike away from the Golden Sombrero. Breaking ball down low, 3-2 the count. Peterson has never struck out 4 times in a game. Josh Smith tries to change that. And they ring him up on a called strike 3 to end the game. So the Dodgers will stand there and argue about that final strike rung up by C.B. Buckner. But the final count is 11-1 Redlegs, and they've now won 5 in a row.
And not only 5 in a row, but they have beaten some pretty good ball clubs in the past few nights, including back-to-back nights now against the Dodgers. They'll wonder what's going to happen tomorrow afternoon when they take the field for a day game and then a wraparound game on Monday. Reds are rolling right along.
Yeah, they are. They're playing really good baseball. Been fun to watch. So we'll take a break. Back with more in a moment.